Good morning to you all. I'm not going to stand here and waffle if you haven't come to see me, but I'd just like to welcome all of those that have come from far away. I understand Whangarei again, the weather must be bad up there. Come to Tauranga, Hamilton area. Any other areas out of Auckland? Palmerston North, well, this is marvellous. Any children that are taking up some of the available seats, there is a few cushions still left at the front, if they could move, as we are expecting some more people. Before we start, and I hand you over to the wonderful Ma Betty, could we just close our eyes and for a few seconds and offer a silent prayer of peace and love, and collectively send it up to Fiji, to all the people up there that are involved in this crisis. Thank you. For those of you who may not have met this lovely lady to my right, her name, she obviously fills out application forms to go to India, is Mrs. Betty Poyser, but we are blessed to know her as MATTA Betty, or Ma. She has known and followed Sai and is a wonderful devotee of his for well over 25 years, and she has taken hundreds of people from this country to see Sai, especially newcomers, put up with a lot of pain, a lot of discomfort at our to take us there so that we are happy. She has a wonderful deep devotion and love for Swami that I doubt if anyone in this room could emulate in this lifetime, or not yet, but we will try. I'd like you to hand you over to Ma and give her a warm welcome. She's giving up a lot of time to come here and speak with us. Thank you.
Beautiful people, welcome. Just relax. We're going to have a lovely time today. And I'm going to promise you one thing. Before you leave here today, you've all come in, see this little spark, this little candle? Can you see the little weeny light? When you go home today, it's going to be much brighter than that. See how tiny they are? It's all within you, and you're going to say, why? The reason is, your inner self has brought you here today, not me. Because your atmas are the same as every one of us and those outside. They want to be, and they're emanating through your bodies, your physical bodies, for unity and harmony. And you're going to receive that today. The colour of our skin, the countries we are born in doesn't matter. The countries on this planet are like rooms in a mansion of the cosmic universe. Where love and compassion is, God is certainly evident. Today I'm going to speak a lot about my own experiences, and I will read out what the itinerary is today. I know some of you it's unable to stay the full day. So there's going to be no darkness, no ignorance can stand with this love and truth, in this unconditional loving, which we all have. That includes all of you. Your prayer will reach God with the proper postage stamp. That is love. Sri Sathya Sai Baba, that's what you've come here to revere, those that know him, those that don't know him, has given us principles for his organization. That is the organization that carries his name, of this birth of his, which is Sri Sathya Sai. First is service to society, where you live, and the country that you are living in. To honor and respect all religions equally. To stay in the religion you were born into. Develop a sense of brotherhood. There is only one caste of humanity. We all belong to the human family. Follow your cultures and religious customs in your own home, or temples, or churches, or mosques. It's your decision. Do not attempt to impose them on the Sri Sathya Sai organization. Love all persons as your brother. One who does not serve society has no place or right to belong to the Sri Sathya Sai service organization. Sai Baba has often said, it is impossible to turn your country into a Prashanti Nilayam. Put Prashanti Nilayam in your hearts. So those are his words. So we have time to judge ourselves. Spirituality has been spoken and written about in many different ways. But experience is direct and often mystical. So today I'm promising you that you're going to experience the divinity within you. Why? Because Sri Sathya Sai Baba has told me to tell you he will stand by your efforts. So keep staying relaxed. The plan for today will be question time. The questions, please, I'm not a psychic. Please don't ask me any of those questions. I'm not one of those people. It must be something spiritual, or about myself, or about Sai Baba, as best as I know. And there will be meditation and contemplation or silent sitting, whichever word you like to use. Swami told me silent sitting, because there's nothing more greater to reach your inner divinity energy than silence. silence of the mind, silence of the body. Then we're going to have an interlude of singing from the youth from Auckland. And with your permission, I was born a Catholic in this lifetime. I didn't know I was a good Christian until September of last year. My group had an interview after 4 days, which is the usual thing. Then Swami sent for me. He was on the veranda. Then there was 8 in the interview. When we got into the room, we were with the most VIPs in the organisation, that it was quite awe-inspiring. But then our beloved Sai didn't talk to them. He talked about me, all the way in New Zealand and all the people in New Zealand, which was quite amazing. And as he does, he always pops unusual questions onto everybody unexpectedly. And I've written 4 books with his inspiration and inspiring me. And he spun around and said, write another book. And I groaned, because it's a long time since I went to school and I was good with figures. I've been an accountant all my life and it's been difficult. And then he asked me to repeat the names of the titles, by the way, of which he's given me for each book and the one coming out. And every time I said, Sri Sathya Sai Baba, universal love, he said, Sri Sathya Sai Baba, to Indula Shah. And that was quite... I was very humble to be there. Then he took me into the inner room. And many of you here know that I've had 6 months of hospital doctors, that I went to hell and back, I'll tell you, and they didn't want me, so they sent me back. However, Sai told me, they told me after we were in the inner room for 20 minutes on with him, he told me that I was going to become ill, that he was going to be the doctor, that everything would be all right. 24 hours after that, they were rushing around looking for a surgeon that could do an operation on me, and we had to go to Bangalore, to St. John's Hospital, Medical School and Hospital, and run by Catholics. Amazing. And of course he wanted me in that atmosphere. Being a Catholic, we had a crucifix, we had the all English-speaking nuns singing English hymns that you heard there today, all the way from India, Bangalore. And here I am today, still carrying on his work. This particular program has been blessed by him. It's called Reflections and Contemplations on the Divine Teachings of Sri Sathya Sai Baba. He is the most profound spiritual teacher in this world today. And he didn't come to start a religion. He came to put humanity on to the truth of the cosmic laws, which we are a part of. God loves you, and so do I. Om. Om. The most powerful sound on the universe today. For Christians that are here, God spoke the word and the word became one. The word was Om, the sound. Now this sound is in each and every one of you. And it's also the motor of the universe. I'm going to tell you how to hear the Om. Is Wasa here? My friend, is Wasa here?
No.
Oh. Who can I ask? When you know the sound of the we're going to recite it 9 times. And I want you to relax, enjoy the peace that the brings you. First of all, some of you know this, you've been with me for many years. Stiffen your hands, stiffen them. You know how you stiffen. Now press those hands tight against your ears. Press in to the ears. Press in. Press in. You hear it? Do you hear the sound? See, now here's the secret. When you've heard the sound, just gently turn to the left, your left. That person's got the same sound. Turn to the right. That person has the same sound. You belong to the oneness. You're wholeness of this planet. Visualize a great, now visualize the sky with all the stars. You are the stars. God is the sky. Think like that. Don't look at this. Lovely feeling, true? Now who can I ask? Oh, what I miss him? Who? Krishna? My friend Krishna? If one says the Om 9 times, and I want, because do we have new people here? Okay. I want you to just relax, close your eyes, all of you, when he's doing it. And enjoy the sound, knowing that sound is within you and is out here as the motor of the universe. Would you do that, or would you rather we did it together? Okay. So just close the eyes and Krishna will lead us in 9 beautiful Oms, the most powerful sound. And before we finish this 9th Om, you will feel this loving energy that's coming from within you. It's your energy. Okay. I'm sorry because I've got to sort it. Just enjoy that peace. And give thanks for the coming together today. Just stay peaceful. For those who have travelled to experience unity and harmony, a oneness. Every thought, word and action must become good. And the reason? Because of your experience, to help others to unfold their goodness. I don't need to relate to many of you Sri Sathya Sai Baba's teachings. You already know them. The secret is to reflect on them as a group, experiencing this wonderful cosmos energy and the gems he has given us in this troubled world. Each and every one of you this moment are experiencing something. If you're not, I don't know how to break that heart of stone of yours. You must remember that you're all precious in the eyes of God. The name of God does not matter. He answers all names. Please relax and stay relaxed and smile. Give me a smile, because God loves you. Can I say a prayer? Just keep your eyes closed. Glory to the Father and the Christ consciousness, which we all have, to the Divine Spirit in our hearts, which we all have, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Our Atma, our soul, our spirit is eternal. May our God's love shine through us wherever we go. Amen. Where did the word come from? Om. If there are any Buddhists here, where did Hum come from? Came from Om. So now just relax, just stay relaxed, don't be afraid of me. We're all one. We're all here to enjoy peace and harmony. Our physical body can be scanned. That's happened to me. Psychics can make an attempt to read our minds. That's not happened to me. Astrologers try to predict our future. That's not happened to me. However, if we ourselves haven't explored the horizon of our being, we remain ignorant of who we are and vulnerable to the winds of chance and negative realities, which we think are real, and it's all unreal, and negative influences. When we allow such influences to affect us, we begin to believe illusions and hallucinations to be a physical reality. we are tempted to look to the world outside of ourselves, our inner being. Then, you know, we have what is called intuition. Intuition invites us to awaken to the experience of our self-sustaining, guiding force, which is subject to no other than the self within. And intuition is the voice of God and dwells in your spiritual heart as divine energy. Some of you might have thought, oh, I'm going down to buy a new car today, and then something makes you say, no, I won't, I'll leave it for another day. That is your intuition. Listen to your intuition. That's your guiding force. God dwells in you. Nobody can take that away. In the Soham mantra, which is in your every breath, that I am, should remind you of your divinity in every breath you take. Because we say with our lips, God is omnipresent, don't we? What does omnipresent mean? You find a place where nothing can be on this planet. There's no such thing. God is everywhere. So God is there. You're breathing in God. God is here. You're breathing out God. You're breathing in, out. So that I am. I am that. True? But get it into here, not here. We can teach a parrot. So can't we? But the parrot hasn't got this understanding of the soul, the Atma. Although it's got it, it doesn't have the brain. And you can do that if you don't have to be in special places for that. It's there all the time. And the power of prayer, which this particular day is going to be today, the power of prayer and love, as Sri Sathya Sai Baba has told us. Prayer is the only remedy for the alleviation of distress in the world today. When I was with him in a room, his words to me were, continue to pray. Got the word first? Continue to pray. There is nothing in the world today that cannot be achieved by prayer. Prayer melts the hardest of hearts. Continue to pray continually, wholeheartedly. Do not pray only for the welfare of your family, friends and relatives. Such narrow-minded prayers are futile. Your prayer should be for the welfare of all people in all countries of the world. In a short time, you will witness the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. With a pure heart, all should pray for this to happen. You are as close to God as yourself. Those are his words, September last year. He also told me to only speak of him as love and truth, which he is, and to show this as an example in my life. He asks me many times how this program is going. Some of you here in this room have been in those interviews when he has asked me that question. Dear ones, you are embodiments of love, truth. You can't be anything else. The physical body is just a cloak. Your inner self has all that divine energy. Your love for all is like a golden thread on a garland of tapestry. Everyone has this thread of love, everyone, but they are not aware of it. He said the treasure that is precious is the quality of even-mindedness in all situations. Peace I give to you. This is my gift to you. Do not let your heart be troubled. I am with you always. Go about my work. You are my instrument. I am giving you the strength and the words to say. And if any of you find something in the words I'm speaking that offend you, please let me know, and I will try and write it out, write it for you. So, whenever we hear of anyone or any event where there is suffering, instead of feeling a sense of powerlessness in what can I do, immediately project the power of prayer, the light of your unconditional love towards the situation. You can help in silence and become a light bearer. We were on a trip to Bangalore, our beloved Sai, a couple of trips ago. And we were landing in Bangalore. Some of you might have been with me then, that are here now today. And the jet was just about, it had put its flaps up for breakage and was just about to touch the runway when it started to rock and rock. Well, we knew something was wrong. And I screamed out, "Swami, Swami," screamed out. And I kept, and all of a sudden, it felt as if it was being lifted up and put gently down on the runway. Well, there were three strange men sitting in front of me. My group was at the back of me. And these three gentlemen stood up and looked over the... And I said, "So, we're all right, aren't we?" When we got out of the plane, Vultures was caught in the downdraft. Well, you can imagine what would have happened to us. Yeah. And the passengers were at the pilot. True. So anyway, the group, when we got to the ashram and we had a meeting like we usually do, and prayers and what have you, I said, if Swami calls us for an interview, how about we all say, "We thank you, Swami, for saving us in the plane," you know? So, okay, here we are, about 23 of us. "We thank you, Swami," rehearsing what we were going to say. Well, we got an interview the next day or something. And Swami says, "And how is New Zealand?" And I said, "We thank you, Swami." And nobody joined me, just me. And he said, yes, yes, you would have all been incinerated. The Indian Airlines keeps me very, very busy. See, the power of prayer, the power of instant prayer. I thought I'd tell you that too. Is anybody here that was in that group? Oh, right. True? Yeah, it was definitely true. So, why I have to tell you about the mantra like did I not that? And Soham is because he materialized a ring for me in 1989, I think. And on it is the In Hindi is Soham. And he said, go and teach Soham. See, that's who you are. You're so beautiful. You in here is so beautiful. So I've explained the and the Soham. Just close your eyes a minute, and I think you can absorb the words. You can open them if you like. I just scribbled this down. For a spiritual person, our existence has a cosmic significance and profound meaning. We are gifted with the unique ability to experience silence within us. It is a great cosmic gift. The experience of such in-depth silence is absolutely necessary to our consciousness, because silence is the expression of consciousness. Inner silence is elevating and calming. In silence you feel your spiritual presence, because during the experience you become the silence itself. You want to stay in that state of inner silence for some time, because the silence has embraced you. This silence can become a mystic silence, an intimate union with the self, with the beloved. This sweetness is special. This silence is refreshing, pain relieving, and energizing. In the Christian faith, the beloved Jesus said, how can one love God when his brother is in need of love? Love all as I have loved you. No difference from the teaching of the Avatar today. Realize that divine love. Experience and a feeling is and can be the form of God. That is your choice. When you feel that energy, you can visualize your God. That whatever gives you happiness. Visualization is very, very important. And God is not different from you. He is not confined to places like churches, temples, mosques. He is omnipresent. He is a resident of your hearts. Lord Krishna says he is the charioteer of your hearts. The words are different, but the teachings are the same. The body is the temple of God. So is love. In your body, in your heart, your spiritual energy, your cosmic energy. It cannot be compared to any other love. Love is God. Live in love. Fill the day with love. End the day with love. This is the way to God. Those are words from Sai Baba. So simple. So simple. Help ever, hurt never, from the beloved Buddha. Be kind to everybody. Teachings are the same. Doesn't matter what religion you were born into in this lifetime. Who will you be next life? Learn all the religions. That's the way to God. I have some discourses here that Swami has given just recently. If you don't mind me calling him Swami for the new ones, Swami is a very when I'm face to face with him, I call him Bhagavan, but that is a bit hard for Western people to realise. Names don't matter. It's the teachings that we revere. I think I've been 52 times to Sai Baba over the years. And you know, I can't count the number of interviews. I really can't. I don't bother to count them anyway. And when you see a picture of Sai Baba, sometimes you see a little mole, I think, here. Is it in that one? Can you see it? Would you believe I can't... Somebody tried to count how many interviews I've had. You know, I've never seen it. I've never seen that mole. I know I've never seen it close up. I only see it in photos. Why? I'm not looking at his form. I'm feeling something that I can't put a name to, which must be divine love. And he very smartly said to Indo Shah, she's a Christian. I'm a she. And he spun around to me and he said, you're a Christian, aren't you? Because before I go any further, I was an Indian last life. I was a sadhu, so he says, but I don't know whether I was Muslim or Hindu because I was with Shirdi Baba. So I don't know. It didn't make any difference to this life anyway. So he said, you're a Christian, aren't you? And I said, yes, Swami. I try to be. He said, no, good Christian. See? Why? Because I respect and love. I can love Shiva, Rama, Shirdi. I can love Buddha. I can love all gods. And that's what I see in my mind in Sai Baba. I visualize him as the Christ, as Jesus. And when we have an interlude, there's a miracle here of a photo of me with Sai Baba, and you'll see Amrit around me. Come and have a look at it later, or I can pass it around. There's Amrit around it. It's dried. There's a very clear picture of Jesus on my chest. Just turn the photo up like this when you get it. And Jesus is there on me, like that, and the shape of his face. His eyes and ears are not there. Now these miracles are not new, they're happening all around the world today. So there's the photo if you want to pass it around. You can pass it around while I'm reading and talking. You turn it that way, look, see me there? Can you see that figure on me? What does it look like? Show me. Put your hand. There you go. Pass it around. Just look at that. See it on there now? Then turn it over and you see it. Just pass it around, do you? People have a number. This is another thing that Sai Baba tells us. This was recently, like last year. We've all got our own characters. Each one of us is different. We can never be the same. We'd be boring to God if we were the same. Very boring. Wouldn't we? We'd be like robots. He wouldn't have any fun with us, would he? No. So he's the puppet. We're the puppets, he's the master. That's right. But this is what he said. We have a number of characteristics, you know, okay. I might go too many times, or somebody might go too many times. That's a characteristic. So our mental attitudes are different too. They are different. None of us are alike. So each one judges according to his own thinking and talks and argues in the light of his own nature. These are his words. Each one has to stay with their own path, own wisdom, without becoming affected with ego. I know I'm going to tell you something that you've already heard. There's a lot, excuse me, there are a lot of people outside. Can they come in? Is there anywhere for them to come? They could come up the front if you liked. There's cushions here. I saw some people outside that couldn't get in. Oh, there's cushions here. Is it okay? Can you hear me down there?
Very well.
Thank you. Be happy. Be happy because we only have a lovely time of joy. And you've all given up mowing the lawns and doing the washing to come together today. Isn't that lovely? Be happy. Enjoy. Remember, these are his words. Those devoted to me must treat joy and grief, gain and loss equally. I will never give you up. You are my beloved devotee. These days we are unfortunately witnessing before our own eyes all the evils of Kali age, which is the negativity and darkness on this planet, being freely practiced by many men and women, inviting the consequent inevitable sufferings upon themselves and others. To counteract the evil forces, the only way prescribed is the chanting of your God's name. You can say it mentally or verbally, the glory of which has been extolled again and again, understanding the divine spirit is within everyone. All should wholeheartedly chant the name for longer hours daily, with faith and devotion, and thus help and become instruments in this world of strife, turmoil, and unhappiness. Thus, the true spirit of the humanity or human family remains unaffected by what others say about you. Doesn't matter where you are. I was in a coach 3 or 4 years ago going to Wellington to have a day like this. And we came upon 2, those big trucks with the trays on them that carries frozen stuff, or those double, and they were both upended, and on the bank were half a dozen people, and I could see they were dazed. I didn't know whether anybody was killed at the time, but we had a bus full of people. I was sitting in a bus full of people, and I started to chant the I didn't care who was listening. I didn't care. But strange to say, nobody said anything to me. Why? Because I knew those distressed people on the bank had the same Atma as me. Nobody said, it just must happen instantly. And life, your life, that mysterious vital force passed down through countless generations from the source of life himself, God, the Creator. What a treasured gift. You are treasures. How you protect it and try to prolong this life. But who says, why was I born? Do you? Yes, all of you do. What is the purpose of my life? You all say it sometime or other. Surely you have asked yourself over and over again those questions. Scientists have no answer because they only deal with the physical aspect of life. And you are more than just a physical human being. Hold your head high. Be proud because you know you have a beautiful divine spark which you're going to experience today. That you belong to the true human family. And thank your God for making you aware of that understanding. The Creator gave you that soul, that Atma. If you cannot understand the sky, visualize a great big round, brilliant ball of light. And one day that ball of light went bang. And all the little stars and sparklets came down to this earth. You were part of that big bang. Those little sparkles are you. Sometimes, I think if God was to look down amongst his precious creation, would he see would it be like us looking up at the sky and at the stars? I wonder that. It must be beautiful for him. It must make him happy. Well, he's always happy, isn't he? I guess. He created you in his image. We all know that. The image of the inner self. A spark of that. Your divine spirit is clothed in your wondrously physical body. Your body eventually dies, but your spirit or soul or Atma lives on eternally. That is one thing we Western people have to grasp, the reincarnation of the Atma. Believe it. It is true. I think people in this room have been with me when Sai Baba has told them who I've been in many, many lifetimes. When I came out of the interview room, there was a girl that was, here's a question. It's okay. It's okay. There's a question there if somebody wants it down there. Anyway, believe who you are and have faith in your God. Just watch my mouth. Rama, Rama. See me dribbling? Starting to dribble? Why? I have so much love. It's like a sweetness. See? See me gulping? It's sweetness to my tongue. Try it. Your God. Mentally. Repeat your God's name. You're getting this sweetness? Come on. Soften those hearts. Come on, those little weeny sparks. You feel the sweetness. Beloved God heard my call and gave me his grace, and I will call on him as long as I'm in this life. Sai Baba has said the main aim of human life is the knowledge of the self. That's what he's come to teach us. Truly he has. This should be the true goal of life. Human life will find fulfillment if this goal is attained. The ability to distinguish between that which is permanent and that which is not permanent. The ability to control the senses, yearning for liberation and self-inquiry, all these auspicious qualities depend on devotion, pure, selfless love for God. In this world, no other virtue is greater than this love. Love is truth. Love is righteousness. And love is wealth. The wealth is spiritual wealth, not the pound or the dollar. So this world has originated from love, is sustained by love, and ultimately merges in love. Energy has its origin in love. The power of love surpasses all power, like atomic magnetic power. Baba. Those are his words. So beautiful. You won't think they're beautiful if you don't experience God, though. When we do our meditation, I will read out to you so all our minds are concentrating or reflecting the same thing. So therefore all of our energy will go to one thing. Because if we're all going to be in here doing our silent sitting, where are our minds? Our minds will be shouting like little darts going here, there and everywhere, whereas they're all concentrating on one thing. Some of you might be lifted up, it's so powerful, but it's beautiful. All human beings of this are the limbs of the same body of God. One who recognizes this truth is unaffected by praise or blame. Our position or our positive thoughts should be another prayer. Beloved God, this is the moment we will connect with you now and forever. Let us tune in, Lord. Take our love and let it flow like a river, a never-ending river, to the mighty ocean of bliss, which you are. God of our hearts unfold like flowers before you. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Let us live in perfect harmony. That should be your prayer. So simple, so loving, regardless of what faith you are. Any questions? Does anybody want to ask me something? You're beautiful students. Thank you for being so good, so quiet, beautiful children. Love you, love you, I love you, beautiful children. I'm so pleased you brought the children. They must never be pushed aside. Wonderful. The power of love. How do you feel? Is everybody feeling all right? Want to stand and stretch your legs? Just let me know if you do. Unconditional, limitless love for God. Today, love finds no place in a human heart, as the heart is full of desires. Knowing about God, reading about God, talking about God, singing about God does not make one spiritual. So don't stop doing it. Don't stop doing it. You must experience God. God's energy. Then with a compassionate heart, serve humanity. And Sai Baba's message is serve society. So easy to serve too. And the greatest service one can do is that instant prayer. Doesn't matter where you are, if you hear of a tragedy. He also says we do not comprehend that universal love is everything. You know he knows everything. That it shines brilliantly in every individual. And we are not aware of the significance of this love. You know, if you ask yourselves, what is your God? And you answer yourself, you're mentally saying, my God is love. True? He says mother love is affection. The love between wife and husband is infatuation. The love between friends and relations is attachment. Love for material things is desires. True love towards God is devotion. There is nothing that this love cannot achieve in the world. It can even melt the hardest of rocks and stones. When this love is unified in humans, it becomes cosmic love. In order to experience love, yearn for God's grace and develop more and more love. The only question I asked Sai Baba in September was whether my love for humanity would always be there. And he said, yes, it will get stronger. So lovely. Those are gems to me. Those are gems. I don't need trinkets. I just need those gems to know, to help me spiritually. Where there is faith, there is love. Where there is love, there is peace. Where there is peace, there is truth. Where there is truth, there is God. He is the creator of this world. You cannot have a table unless you have a carpenter. You cannot have a house unless you have a builder. For everything there is a creator. All that is the creation of God. He's the master that gives you the intelligence of being who you are now. You are just as He planned you. You don't have to shave your hair off, wear special gowns that you look odd amongst everybody else. You are you, just as you are now. He says today, so many are doing various types of spiritual practices, such as meditation, penance, yoga, and chanting mantras. Unless they are done for the feeling of love, there is no benefit, only a sheer waste of time. Beautiful people, dear ones, embodiments of love. Peace is like a ribbon that can circle the earth if we have compassion and universal love. Then no one will be afraid, and joy becomes a song in love with God. Sai Baba says today, people are not making any effort to understand the principle of universal love. It is in this love that can remove a curse or a sin. And there's lots of people that try to do those evil things. This love with intense yearning, contemplate on God, enhances the sweetness of life. God exists and can be seen when you get rid of worldly desires. Recognize the oneness of all beings that will result in universal love. The world is a mansion. Unity should prevail. There's a no more chairs? Yes. Somebody young come and sit in the front on a cushion and get Thank you. Cushion? You sure that? Thank you. He's sitting over there. Thank you. Thank you. I think there's a chair there now and one there, because you can get tired. If you get tired, you can't absorb the beauty of the words. Just relax. You do not have to search for God outside, you know. Turn your vision inward. There you will find him or her. whoever you're looking for. Do not love God for the sake of worldly desires. Let there be rain and love in our hearts, and let the stream of love flow incessantly through it. Sai Baba says, all I want is your love. All I ask is for you to love me as I love you. Seek me as the love within. And Lord Krishna declared the eternal Atma or soul spirit in every human being is a part of my being. No difference in the teachings. And Jesus said, love me, and then you shall know the Father in heaven, meaning love all as brothers and sisters. The divine love is present. I'm harping on that today because I want you to really get it into your consciousness. But within this divine energy, remember it is not separate or different from God, that bit of energy, that energy that you have. That the omnipresent God has his hands, feet, eyes and mouth everywhere. Any questions? You're all happy and relaxed. I love you. God loves you. God loves you and so do I. Thank you for being good students.
One question, Jamal, please.
Yes? Who's asking? Yes?
Thanks for the opportunity and the blessing of our mother.
Yes? Sai Baba gave you the name of Matta.
As a child can say things and cannot tell unless correct. Please, Madam, I am very hungry on the situation reincarnation. It's only very, very little said in the Bible at this book of Malachi. And that was all. And right now, the reincarnation is the only answer or another vehicle for us to go further in. And please, may you enrich us in those conditions.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I know it is difficult for Western people to understand reincarnation. When you overcome that difficulty, everything falls into place. You've been here, I found it difficult. I'm speaking from my own experience. I found it very difficult. And then, when I was made aware of the divine energy within me, I hugged myself like this. I went around hugging myself. You know? It's such a wonderful awakening. Such a wonderful awakening. And of course in the interviews with Sai Baba, he always taught something. And when he told it was mainly the Hawke's Bay people I was with at that particular time, that I'd been a saint, a sannyasi, a sadhu, a scientist in many, many lifetimes, and that I'd been with him. When we came out of that interview, I was black and blue with pinches. The girl behind me kept pinching me every time he said something. As if I couldn't hear, you know. I'd get a pinch. He said, oh, she's been a saint, she was that, and he'd give it a little story. I'll get a pinch. Well, she said, and I'll get a pinch. It is difficult, but grasp the fact that it's not the physical body. The physical body is your cloak, your coat, which you will discard one day, and then you will return. But you're not aware of it, I don't think, because I'm not. I'm not aware of it. I don't know whether I was in a mosque or a temple with Sai Baba. I had no clue. Don't remember anything. And it didn't help me in this life. Knowing what you were in past lives doesn't help you. It can't help you. It's past. It's over. This is the moment. This is the life. To feel God's presence and know I am one with the Holy Spirit. Wonderful knowledge. To feel the life force supporting, guiding, to merge in the stillness of silence. To feel God fill me with wisdom and love. In these times of silence, I feel the presence of bliss. I hear the voice of God. So, everybody can do this. Seek silent times with joy-filled heart, so you can take that sacred journey in silence with your God. You can become conscious of your oneness with the universal spirit of God, the life energy that pervades all. You might ask, what is love? It is silence when your words can hurt. What is love? It is patience when your neighbours are rude. What is love? It is compassion for others' grief and worries. What is love? It is courage when misfortune falls. To be understood as to understand. Love is to be loved. It's all we need. It's all we need. Did I answer that gentleman properly?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. The MATTA, I didn't realize, excuse me, my Indian family, I didn't know for many, many years. Swami gave the name of MATTA in 1987. I just thought it meant mother, and my husband was French, and in French they call their parents MATTA. See? I thought, oh, must be referring to my husband's family. But then I was told while I was in the ashram that it meant mother. And when you add the MATTA G, it means a spiritual. Is that correct? Well, it offended many Indian people because of my white skin. I'm talking about the ashram, not people here. And they can't, those that are resident there, cannot call me MATTA. I'm still Betty, and it's okay, it doesn't matter. It's okay. But I didn't realise, that you have to perhaps walk around with a special robe, I don't know, to be a MATTA G. I don't know. Perhaps I should walk around in a special sari. I don't know. But if they just can't get themselves to say MATTA, like you guys call me Ma, which is lovely. Because Swami said when he gave it, he said, you are the mother. Swami says words that mean many, many things. I thought that was lovely, because 1987 I wasn't as old as I am now. And I was a mother to everybody. And we had a big group, I think about 28 that day, that visit. And we were all standing, there were Indian people in my group as well as New Zealanders, you know, and we were all standing in a circle, not far from the ashram, and we were talking, because those days there'd be some in one building and some in another building, and we would be gathering there. And anyway, I noticed this group of people watching me, and anyway, as my group dispersed, they came over to me and they said, "Are they all your children?" I said, "Yes, they are." You don't know, how many husbands does she have? Because they're all different colours, you know. They're Ma. I said, "Yes, they are," because they all call me Ma. It's happened many times, remember? How many children have you got? So yeah, I'll never forget that day. The holy moment now. Dear ones, every moment of your life is holy. Believe it. When you have those moments when you feel so lonely, and perhaps a moment of fear that you do not understand, an emotion that you do not understand, you know, that can become a holy moment when you focus on your God. We are here on this planet for a purpose. In your sad moments, fear moments, happy moments, that is your life's experience. Just because you're on a spiritual path, and I don't want to make you afraid, it's not easy. You all know that. It's difficult, but you are rewarded with the effort, because your God is not going to wave a magic wand and say, "Oh, you're a perfect angel," and put you on a pedestal. We wouldn't be here. We have to learn through experience of life. There are going to be ups and downs, but you have to say, "This is God's plan. I accept it." That acceptance is the secret. For the moment or the time you're going through it, it will be very traumatic, but it'll never last. You know, you think of the sky and the rain clouds. They always go. There's always a silver lining, that always the sun will shine. It cannot be any different. The only difference we've got to think about is that we are members as a human family. Feeling these emotions, we become a thread in God's tapestry. He is the mighty weaver. All these feelings are part of our growing spiritually. You will be connected to your God always when you really and truly understand. In spite of your obstacles, your purpose is to expand your consciousness. You are evolving. To all teachings who come in, or all persons who come into your orbit, into your presence. When you understand who you are, experience who you are, your orbit emanates an energy that people want to be with you. They don't have to talk, they don't have to sing, but they like your company. I'm sure some of you have experienced that, and you'll know that is the truth. Knowing all these things, these teachings, this is not dogma. I'm trying to put across, they are my own feelings, experiences that I'm sharing with you today. Have the ability to experience every moment as a holy moment. The courage to help other persons is the greatest honour to all beings. To be truthful to your Atma, to your soul, is to have universal love, so all can live in harmony and peace. Not to see people in their earth spirit, but to know the sacred loving soul or Atma is the same. That their experiences are for them, and it is our duty to have love and compassion. God does not only reside in his chosen temple, which is the human body, he is omnipresent. And that is the reason I say every moment is holy. Every breath we are breathing in, breath which is God's energy. And many times in interviews, Sri Sathya Sai Baba has told us, so hum. Some of you have heard him that have been here with me. So, and he goes like that. Hum. The oneness of all. Oops. Will we have our meditation now? Are some of you going this afternoon? Are some of you leaving after lunch or whenever? When will we have lunch? Has anybody got a schedule for themselves? And we'll try and fit it in with you. What time do you want to leave? Who's leaving today? What time, do you?
Midday.
Midday. 20 minutes. Our meditation takes half an hour. Will you? Are you going back to your Whangarei, is it? You're from Whangarei? Thank you for coming. I have to tell you about meditation first. It might be half an hour. Is that all right? It's okay if you go. God has created me, this is what we should be saying to ourselves. God has created me to do him some definite service. He has committed some work to me which he has not committed to another. I have my mission. I may never know it in this life, but I shall be told it in the next. I am a link in a chain, a bond of connection between persons. He has not created me for nothing. I shall do good. I shall do his work. I shall be an angel of peace, a preacher of truth in my own place, while not intending it, if I do but keep his commandments of love. Therefore I will trust him, whatever, wherever I am. I can never be thrown away from my God. If I am in sickness, my sickness may serve me to love him more. If I am in sorrow, my sorrow may serve me to know him more. He may take away my friends. He may throw me among strangers. He may make me feel desolate, make my spirit sink, hide my future from me. Still, he knows what he is about. for beginners, for silent sitting. The best time, Sai says, is early morning, before dawn. It is the responsibility of pious people to demonstrate in their and through their lives that piety, it is not a weakness, but strength. Do you think I'm weak? And I'm still trying to find that, to the top of that spiritual ladder. Just hold your head high. You're not odd. You're beautiful people. Don't be ashamed of God. Don't hide behind. One of the first things, Sai Baba, we were in an interview and he had about 12 or 14, there's only 4 of us like me, and about 14 students, boys. And he's in the chair, you know, he says some unexpected things sometimes that really blow you apart. And he looked at me and he said, "Stand up." Those days I was not as crippled as I am now. He said, "Now say the Gayatri Mantra." Can you imagine saying the Gayatri Mantra to the Gayatri itself? Anyway, I did. And he said to the students, see, she's all the way from New Zealand. New Zealand people say Gayatri Mantra. You too lazy. The students, by the way, weren't from his school. They were from another school somewhere. But he'd finished. He says, "So never be ashamed." I'm not ashamed. I only speak God. I don't care if I bore people. It's their prerogative to get up and walk away. But it's okay, I'm not offended. I'm very boring. I have no social life for that reason. Nobody knocks on my door. He says, "Come and have a cup of coffee and a lot of gossip." I don't know what that is now. Remember that this strength opens up a vast spring of power, and that a person with faith in God can overcome obstacles much more easily than one who has no faith. And always remember that those testing times are there. They call them testing times. I don't like that word, testing times. I like to say those moments are when you forget. I don't like that word, testing. I don't think God tests. Perhaps he does, I don't know. It is their duty to show that their spiritual discipline and study have made them joyful and courageous in this adventure of life. Yet it is not even devotion that is essential. It is love. 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 Truth, virtue, the eagerness to progress, to serve, to expand one's heart. That's the secret. Visualize a little tight rosebud. And as you grow spiritually, that's opening beautifully. I've got a story later about the lotus. The lotus is a spiritual flower known in India. That's why they say the lotus feet of the divine. And it's a beautiful story about the beautiful lotus flower. And so you're opening up that heart to expand and emanate love always. But the secret is you cannot switch it off like an electric light switch. It's got to be there it's there all the time. And when you have a negative feeling, your mind must say, don't let any darkness break the circle of light that surrounds me. That's the secret. No darkness, no negativity can get into you. And it's just a little mental thing. Nothing is going to break the circle of light, which is love, around me. No negativity, no darkness. Because you know that in all forms is divine consciousness. So he said for beginners the best time for meditation or silent sitting is the early morning before dawn. Now the choice is yours. I can't say what to do. I'm only repeating his words. He says why? The senses are quiet then, not yet agitated by the day, and the mind is quiet from sleep. This is for beginners, remember. But the hour should not be taken and changed around for beginners. Taking one time today and another time tomorrow. A half hour in the morning and a half hour in the evening is enough for sitting in meditation for beginners. Meditation or silent sitting is brought to a close with first you are in the light, then the light is in you, finally you are the light, and that light is everywhere. You will experience that in your efforts, you see. Enjoy the experience for a while, the peace, the love that you experience. Then bring the light back to the heart and hold it there for the rest of the day. Search for your purpose in life. Do not live in the past. Keep pushing ahead. Tighten your grip on your God-given purpose. What you do not enjoy today may be yours tomorrow, if you stay focused on your God and remain faithful. Change in one is a daily process. And while in that process, you become righteous. But this is not a performance. It is a position God gives you by faith alone. In God, you have put your trust. Don't be afraid, because you will experience things that you're not aware of in the past. You've put your trust in the God within you. Don't be afraid. I know, I've been going around for many years. Some of these children, this age, are now in university in Dunedin. And they've been silent sitting with me for years. Swami spoke about these children to me, and he said they were very beautiful people, which is, he says everybody is anyway. And when they have an obstacle in the university, they go back to their rooms and silent sit. And you know, their intelligence becomes very keen, very quick to learn. Only 10 minutes, because they're young, can overcome any little homework or something at school when they know that God is helping them. And to be silent, when they go to school, they need not talk about God. They don't have to talk about God everywhere. They just know in here. So relax and enjoy your spiritual journey. In your silent sitting or meditation, you may be made aware of something you must do. It's only for you. This intuition is the voice of God. This particular word is like a seed. First, the seed must fall into the soil of faith and given time to grow. This is your silent sitting in time. Then it must be watered by prayer and with God's grace come to pass. Everything one needs to know is within you. Everything. Make time to be still in body and mind. Guard your spiritual heart for it has a never-ending river of love that will never, ever run dry. Keep corrupt talk far from your lips. Let your eyes rest on nature's beauty. Seek God's will in all you do. Universal love is not proud, never fails. Love is patient, love is kind. Love does not boast. Love is not rude. Love is not easily angered. Love keeps no records of wrongs. Love never delights in evil, but rejoices in truth. Love always protects, always trusts, always hopes. Love never fails. God never fails. We may all travel a different path spiritually, but the goal for each is one and the same. Everyone needs God's saving grace. Tune into this divine energy, divine spark. The beloved Jesus said, real prayer is go away by yourself, shut the door behind you, and pray to God secretly. To practice silent sitting, the first thing to do is to steady the physical body. When the body is still, the mind will become quiet. For beginners, the association with the eternal world, with all its fantasies and temptations, the mind is unable to steady itself. So, therefore, control the mind with steady, loving thoughts. Practice makes perfect. With steadfast and sincere practice in your private moments with God. There are many kinds of stillness. There is the stillness of an ice lake, the stillness of a summer lake, where birds sing and the wind washes small waves softly, softly on the shore. There is also the stillness of the lake, which is your mind. When your prayers are with a pure heart, you listen not to your own words or thoughts, but for the still, small voice of your God. With moments with God, all things are possible. I haven't got anybody to sing So Hum for you. Pardon? Oh, Wassa, where's Wassa? Wassa! Sayram! Sayram! Wassa has a beautiful voice. And So Hum, Wassa, I'm sorry, I don't want to embarrass you. Would you sing So Hum for us? And when Wassa sings it, it will be slow and love will come from his voice. So when he sings that, he will stop and I will take you through the rose meditation, remembering who you are. when you hear my voice. You are pure love. You are a chosen treasure of God, of all His creations. And you are attempting and will tune in to that divine spark within you. You need to breathe properly, which is, hands, by the way, must not be together. It's okay to put your hands together to pray to God. Praying is talking to God. Meditation, silent sitting, is listening to God. I'm sorry the chairs have to be close together. There is still, how many chairs empty there? Is there any more empty chairs anywhere? Empty chairs. Daniel, do you want a chair? Does anybody want a chair? There's one.
There's one here too.
One there? If there's one there, people if want to sit in a chair, and another one there.
There's two here.
Two there? What you do, you see, your feet must be, those that are sitting, see the gentleman there with his back against the wall? Can you sit against the wall? Your back must be, just like he is, your back must be firm. And it's terribly difficult, like these little ones are okay, Jenny's used to it. If they would turn and face the wall, might make it easy for you to relax. The little ones, it's okay. Those sitting in a chair, your feet must be flat on the floor, not touching. I'll tell you why in a minute. Hands are not together. They are relaxed. Some of you might put your hands like that. Now the reason for that, there's a reason. Do you know why you do that? You don't know, but you do it. Do you know what? It's terribly wrong to imitate something you know nothing about. Did you not know that? Never ever imitate. Because we have the right to worship the way we feel happy. But using the circle means the thumb is a symbol of the absolute cosmos, which we call God energy. The first finger is us. So we have an Atma or soul or spirit within us that's eternal. No beginning and no ending. So what is a circle? It has no beginning and no ending. Now you understand it. You must understand what you do. That's what I mean, the simplest thing. Exactly. The simplest thing. If you're saying it with love, like, I'm love, that's who you are. So we have the hands like that if you wish, this way, where you're relaxed. And I'm sorry the chairs are close together because you all have this beautiful divine energy around you, which some call aura, which I call the energy of God. Why? Because God is everywhere. And it's a circle of light. What is light? The energy of God. True? So you're getting all that into your consciousness. You're relaxed. Now we're onto the breathing. With eyes closed, we're just going to have a breathing exercise. With eyes closed, breathe in deeply, nice and deep. Open the mouth a little bit now. Now let that breath out and again. Let it out. Slowly, slow. Breathe in again. Out. Now you're starting to feel like a rag doll. You should be. If you're doing it properly, breathe in. Open the mouth and let it out. Now while you're breathing like that, Vasa, will you sing Soham? And for those that don't know the Sanskrit, it means that I am, as you're breathing in and out. I am that. I am love. Mentally keep saying that while you're breathing, while Vasa's singing Soham. I do appreciate that, Vasa. Thank you. Breathing steadily, relax your body and mind. As you inhale, mentally say, be still and know I am light, light, light. As you exhale and breathe out, mentally say, I am light, the light of God. With every breath, you are more relaxed. Mentally say 3 times, I now go within. You're going into your spiritual heart. Relax your body and mind and mentally say 3 times, I am the light of love. Three times, I am love, love, love. Breathing in the light of love. Remember, that's the God energy. Knowing He's omnipresent. Now bring your light of love from your heart within you. Merge this light of love in a circle around and around and around you. Bringing the light of love from your heart. Release that light of love to a point between the eyes. You might be in a band of light now. You might be in a wall of light by now. Keeping the attention on the point between the eyes, visualize a heart inside a rose, and the light of love beaming forth from that heart, your spiritual heart, inside you. Merge this vision inside and around you. And mentally say, I am love, love, love. I am peace, peace, peace. Nothing can disturb me. I am existence. I am consciousness. I am the light of love. Grief and anxiety can never affect me. Fear can never enter me. I am ever content. I am one with all creation. I am. I am. I am one with all beings. Breathing steadily. Stay relaxed. Now soak and absorb the light of love into your spiritual heart, into your consciousness, and mentally say, this light within me is a milky white ocean of purity. Of truth, love and wisdom. Now let this ocean of light stream forth, out and around you. Knowing this ocean of love can never ever run dry. You're tuning into your spiritual self. Now is your time to do service for humanity, keeping the body relaxed. Visualize the world as a round globe. Now send this beautiful light of love out to heal the world. Visualize this globe, starting from the top of the globe, over the countries, slowly, slowly pouring this love this light down over the oceans, like rivulets of icing on a cake. Come right down to Fiji today. Hold it there for Fiji. Now beam out that light, that love. All over Fiji. And mentally say, your will be done, Lord. Keep beaming your love out. Send goodwill to all. Know that love for all starts within you. From your heart, which is sitting in a beautiful rose. Visualize that. Surrounded by this brilliant light of love. Visualize the world in this globe of light. Vibrating energy. Visualize yourself now as pure light vibrating, and mentally say, all my thoughts, words and deeds today I send from my heart with love. I am love, love, love. I am peace, peace, peace. Body and soul, I am love, love, love. Body and soul, I am peace, peace, peace. Feel the love energy pouring forth, radiating from you, surrounding you, and mentally say, I am the light and love of my soul. This beautiful light of love will always be within me. Embracing me, radiating from me. Enjoy that peace. Enjoy the unity. Enjoy the harmony that you might be experiencing. As you work throughout the day, take your mind back to the inner peace and tranquility of your silent sitting. Remember what you have experienced, so that you will know the love within you, the light within you, the God within you, more and more. Think and contemplate how your love and light and peace can help mankind around the world today. Before you move, mentally bow to the light, to the love, to the God within you. Sit quietly and know that through your contemplation you can uplift humanity today, and you can transform your consciousness to reflect the love and grace of God sincerely, in unconditional, limitless, divine love. Now I will recite a prayer. Lord, let us hear what you speak, for you speak peace to your people, to the faithful, to those who turn to you in their hearts, because all heart and soul connections are you, Lord. Because of a commitment to you comes a commitment and dedication to love, to listen, and to understand others. Beloved God, bless us that all who come into our orbit will live in goodness and harmony and benefit from our limitless, unconditional, universal love. Beloved of our hearts, lead us in your truth. You are our eternal life. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. Aroha, aroha, aroha. Yeah, so be it. Happy? How are those little heart lights? Glowing? How are those little circles of light? And do you know the scientists today have recognized the light within the human heart? It's not new to us though, is it? Thank you for being good listeners. It is now 25 past 12. 12. How long do you need for lunch, those that are staying? Half hour? And because your legs must be tired, you need a stretch of legs. And once again, I will thank you for being such wonderful, good students. I love you, love you, love you. One day I'll finish that song. Love you, love you, we love you, beloved God. If only I could bear my heart. I'm making it up as I go. It's hard. I just wanted to finish with a laugh. With it. Makes you feel good, doesn't it? You happy? Any questions? We've got 5 minutes for questions. Any more questions? This afternoon there are more little experiences of mine with Sai Baba. Oh, sorry. Hello, Edith.
So you tell us about that lovely picture on the table with the good heart.
The Sacred Heart of Jesus?
Yes.
It's not new now. We've got an avatar, is it? Am I looking at the right one? Mary. That's this one?
No, the other one I know, Jesus, that was never seen.
Oh, that's Our Lady, the Mother of Jesus.
Is she also? I've never seen that one with the Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
Isn't she beautiful?
Excuse me, Mom.
Yes.
It's just the time has just come up now. We're talking about Jesus. So first and foremost, find that his real face has been revealed by Bhagavan.
Not that I know of.
Yes,
You know why?
9 years old.
But I mean, you're asking me. What? I must tell you what I know. Yeah, just bear with me for a minute. There were people in an interview with me from New Zealand, and they said, what did Jesus look like? Okay? Now I can only tell you what I know. And he said, why worry about Jesus' features? Worry about his teachings. Revere the teachings. But another thing, I did have a little photograph once of somebody had of Jesus. There could be some people here in this audience that were in that interview. And I had it on my knee, and when I saw the photograph, I said to the person that owned it, that's not Jesus. And there's a reason for that, which I'll tell you in the afternoon. Remind me. And I'll relate that story, how I know it's not Jesus. See? So I had it in the interview room on mine like this. Sai Baba was sitting in his chair, and he got off his chair and came to me and he said, that's not Jesus. Jesus had a Roman nose. He said, that's an Indian from the village. They dressed him up. That's all I can tell you about the form of Jesus. But you know, you see Jesus like this a lot. Pictures and statues of Jesus. Because he's blessing and bringing the multitudes to the truth. That's how I understand it. But I will relate a story after. It takes too long to tell you now. Well, what happened to me about 38 years ago, and when I saw Jesus. 38 years ago, I'll tell you a little bit, make it keen. 38 years ago, I was dying of cancer. And I had my rosary. Never heard of Sathya Sai Baba. This will only take a few minutes, so you get keen to hear it this afternoon. And I had my rosary around they let me have my rosary around my hand going to theatre. And I died. It's on record. I died on the theatre table. And from then I'll tell you a story after that. Next episode. It takes too long. Next episode. The channel's gone off. Repeat this time next week. It's it take too long? I think it'll take too long. You have to bear with me. About 7 minutes. They might be hungry with stiff legs. Okay, I was on the theatre table. Now there's very, very, very few people know this, because in the past you couldn't talk about what I'm going to tell you, because people would lock you up in an asylum, okay? Right? Well, okay, I'll tell you how I knew I died. I died on the operating table. And an entity, I would call this person, because I don't know whether it was a man or a lady. They never had wings, you know. Wasn't any wings on this being. And they were taking me somewhere. And I got up and went with them. We never spoke by the lips. It was all telepathy. And I knew he was taking me on a journey. And we went up some beautiful steps that were ivory coloured. And when we got into that world, it was so still. And everything was ivory colour, white. And then we went up more steps, and the world was pink. Everything was pink, pink everywhere. Then he was with me all, I'm saying he because he had lovely dark hair to here. The clothing this entity wore was of not this world. It was a pinky colour, and it had sparklets in it, like perhaps gold dust or silver something, I don't know what it was, but I knew the person, the entity, was not of this world. I knew that. So we went into this world. The third world was golden. The stairways and everything. And there was a huge archway. And who was standing in the archway? Jesus. The Jesus I knew, right? The Jesus similar to that. So my entity then, I'm calling it an entity, or perhaps angel, if I can, but some people can't relate to that either. The angel just left me there. And I went to run to Lord Jesus, to clasp him around the knees and fall at his feet. And do you know what he did? He put his hand, it was like this. He put his hands together like this and he said, no, no, go back, go back, go back. And then he disappeared back like this and closed the door on me. Yeah. And as I came, I went, shh, I could hear this, and I was in lightly. And then I heard the doctors saying, quick, she's come back, quick, she's come back. And they were doing something to my body. They said, get Jim, and they were saying, stay with us, Betty. We're in a small town. You know, it doesn't matter who the doctors, we're all Christian names. Stay with us, Betty. I couldn't feel anything, I only heard. And they were saying, stay with us, you've got to look after Peter. My son was 11. He's now 52. Stay with us, you've got to look after Peter, you've got to cook Jim's meals, you know, this is the doctor. And I knew there were 3 or 4 there working around me. Well, apparently, it took about 24 hours before I regained consciousness. And Jim was there, and one doctor. And as soon as I looked at the doctor, the first thing I said was, you tried to kill me. I did. I said, you tried to kill me, I was dead. And Jim told me that what was happening, what I heard happening, was exactly right. So I knew the face of Jesus. So I thought, that's not Jesus, you know? And look at me today. I never got to have the operation, by the way. I died before they put the knife on me. But you know, believe it, but I have a scar right around it. But then I got cancer 6 months ago. I had to go through it. But perhaps my God lengthened the time. I don't know. I don't ask questions or doubt anything. So, interesting? I've got lots of stories, but you must ask me. You must ask me. I can't remember them all, and I don't write a book about them. There's many, many miracles happening today. In the world today. That's why I've got Our Lady here, the Mother of Jesus. When you worship the cosmos energy, you will worship all saints, sages, avatars and messiahs. Why? The month of May, for hundreds of years, since the birth of Christ, has been a special month for the month of Jesus. And we as Catholics, are there any Catholics here?
Yes.
We worship Our Lady in the month. Who said yes over there in that lovely man's voice?
Yes, and I said what?
You are what you are in this life.
Thank you, Mum.
And we worship especially the Mother of Jesus. Jesus was divine. You all worship Lord Rama's mother. What Draupadi? Now what is her name? What? Yeah, don't you? So, you know, you've got to expand your intelligence. Or so you can't be a devotee of Sai Baba's. Because you worship all good, you worship the people next to you. But you can have a special God, I think. I don't know. Anyway, that's what the Sacred Heart of Our Lady is. And we just say, Hail Mary. If you find any offence in this, I'm sorry. But I don't think you will. It's Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Nice? Thank you. That's what that is, Edith. Sacred Heart of Jesus, we call it the same. And the Sacred Heart. And you see, what does Sai Baba teach today, the avatar? The modern avatar? We've all got the Sacred Heart. We all have the Holy Heart. See? Beautiful, isn't it? It's just wonderful. And now that we're into the 2000, there's more, Sai Baba said there's more miracles that are going to happen around the world now. But do you know what the miracles are? They're not, what do I say? They're not material, like that picture, for instance, miracles. The miracles are happening within the hearts of people. That's the miracle. See, that's why I said earlier, thank you for coming back. Your inner self brought you here because you want to experience unity, harmony with a human family, regardless of our skins. And have you experienced it? See, it's there. And that's what the miracles are going to be. And he said, very, very soon, there will be the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. See? And he never talks nonsense. He never speaks or says words that have no meaning, you know. They're all gems. So you've got a beautiful future. You must, some of you will see these beautiful things happening in the world today. And especially with the Virgin. He was asked about the miracles, and I was in the interview with a lady from Where is Matagorri? It's gone out of my head. Where? Yes. You know, this miracle's been happening there every day, twice a day for a few years. And when they had the Civil War, she came and told them not to go outside daily until a special time. You knew that? You're Catholic, you did not know that?
Yes.
Yeah. And so every morning there'd be a mist over this village. And when the mist cleared, it was safe for them to go out because of the planes, aeroplanes, bombing. It was the same in Dunkirk. I had relatives that were in that war in Dunkirk that were being saved, and they were repeating the prayer I just said. And you know, a mist came over. You know, they were taking them from France to England in all sorts of boats and saved them. But anyway, the miracles that are happening today, Swami was asked about that, and he said, yes, it's true. I am everywhere. See? So, happy. So lovely. He can take the form of anything. When my husband was alive, we bred dogs for the blind many years ago. I'm going on now. See, you asked for it. And we had a gateway, a sort of a wooden fence along the back of our house where nothing could come in or go out from our own animals. And my back door was open to the outside road. And I went to the door and here was this dog puffing in the fence, right? And I went and I called out to my husband and I said, Jim, bring some water up. There's a stray dog here, give him a drink, because it was a hot day. He brought the water up and the dog had gone. And we went out onto the road looking for this food and it clicked. The moment had passed for me to service even an animal. And who was the dog? Yeah. You've got to be on guard all the time. You have to be watching, listening. It's the moment, when that moment comes, I should have done it. Not go and call somebody else. That was for me to service that thirsty animal. You know, it's terrible. When I cried. When I realised, I cried. I realised I'd made a big boo-boo, you know. I did. I realised it was... You cannot retract that moment. Do you know that? You know, we say, oh, we'll do that tomorrow, or I'll do my meditation tomorrow. I'll pray for that country tomorrow. Time is lost. You can never, ever retract those precious moments. All moments are holy. All moments are sacred. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. I've got you glued to your seat. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. There is no past or future, only the present. Can I ask a personal question? How did you enjoy this morning? Hello? Louder. Did I not promise you that? So you received what your inner self came for your experience. I know because of so many of what you said to me, so I thought I'd get you to say it in unison. That's my tricky way. So instead of talking about God, instead of reading about God, instead of discussing about God, now is the time to feel God, experience God. The world will not know peace until the individual has learned to feel peace in union with God. Now that's what you experienced this morning, correct? Correct? Now you know what I'm speaking about. You know what the Avatar has come to teach. That union with God, your God, your special, special God in here. The world has to become aware of this. And this is when he said the greatest miracles that are going to happen now will be the miracles of the human heart. It's change within. Awe-inspiring, isn't it? These children will witness a beautiful, beautiful unity and harmony. Until we as individuals learn to live together as one human family, as God's children, realizing the one beam of light in all forms, there will be no division and misery, because they will overcome. We must make the effort to experience the union with God, your God within you. And then with simplicity and humility, share with others divine peace and love and harmony. Then we become instruments of the divine will and know, beloved of my heart, you are the doer. Your will be done. Humbly seeking the will of God means to surrender to God. That's between you. That's a very, very private experience. Just you and your God. To love God. Out of 24 hours each day, give 1 hour in joyous communion with God. I know some in this room have been doing this, and they say it's so beautiful, we don't want to stop and go to work, but you have to, because that's your livelihood. But it is joyous, I know, because they've told me. It is, and you have to experience it to understand what I mean. You've had a little bit of the icing off the cake this morning in your peace and stillness. For your true self is wisdom. You are bliss. You are truth. You are love. Universal love. Dear ones, that is your reality. Your heaven lies within. Have I told you about your 3 bodies? The physical, No, the physical body, this body that we can pinch and punch and pull hair, that's a physical body. Then we have an astral body. Then we have this beautiful divine spirit. Can you tell me why we repeat everything 3 times? You do it though, don't you? I told you this morning. Don't do anything you don't understand. Find out what you're doing. You're repeating Om 3 times, Shanti 3 times. Shanti means peace. 3 times because of your 3 bodies. Because of your 3 bodies. Learn to become silent and listen to the voice within, the voice of love. It's only love. Our duty as children of God is to understand the true self. The self I'm talking about is that divine energy, that divine spirit. And above all, love your God with all your might. Only He and you are aware of that tremendous love. You don't have to share that with anybody. That's your personal, very private moment with your God. We are perfection when we're in union with God. The perfect love, Father, Mother, friend is our beloved God. The beloved Sai tells us his nature is love. And we must realize that we are never, ever alone. Never. There's no, even if you're bad, there's nowhere you can run and hide. By bad, I mean if you eat too many sweeties and Mum says no. You can't go and hide from Mum, can you? Because Mum will always find you. Well, God is like that. The little, what I was talking about. Forgot about the little E's here for a moment. From the beginning of time, God has been with us. And throughout eternity, He will always be with us. For it is love, love, love alone that can change this world. It's not the mighty dollar, because the mighty dollar makes us a power game. It's love, unconditional, limitless love. And that's the only thing, when transition time comes, when that coil in your body has to go, the only thing it can take from this planet is that energy of love. Beloved Sai, I'm sorry if I'm offending somebody. At the moment, he's my beloved, just at the moment. I'll give Jesus a term in a minute. But he is the beloved of all hearts. He says that. Others too will join him. Thank you for coming, new ones. You see how his word comes to pass. When that time is ready, others too will join him in his teachings, in his mission, when he calls them to him. He doesn't mean to say you have to pack your bags and rush off to Puttapatti. He's calling you in here. Here. I have so many phone calls from people that says, oh, I had a dream last night and Sai's calling me. I'm going to put a putty next week, and I wish them well. They go to put a putty, they can't get anywhere near Si. Why? This is where he's calling, in here in the heart. You understand? Think. That word think before you leap is good. Because they come back so disappointed. So very, very disappointed. That Si doesn't go up to them and say, how do you do? Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? I called you. He doesn't speak like that, people. He doesn't talk like that to anybody. So be careful what you know, because it breaks your heart. You become so disappointed. And some people just say he's not God, or he's not divine. He's not love because he didn't call me. You see, that's our characters making us say that. So when he said, others join in these new ones here, and I welcome you to the divine spirit within all and each and every one of you. I revere your divine spirit. I adore your divine spirit. We must be prepared in our spiritual example to reveal the true purpose of existence, to experience the union with God to the best of our ability. Don't use a big stick and say, ba, 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 you've got to do this or else the devil will get you. There's no such thing. Darkness is in the mind. That's why we've got darkness and light, negativity and positivity. And let the energy of love shine around you. Now you're all experiencing that light and love around you. When you leave here today, that will be with you for a while. But focus back on your God, and you'll know it's there. You'll feel it. Nobody can hurt you. Their words, if they say harsh words, it won't mean a thing to you. Because they're only passing clouds, they're storm clouds. And the sky will clear. It doesn't rain forever. Some people think it does, I guess, when they have floods. So let this energy shine around you and the light of love envelop you. Then you are in the beam of the divine, of peace, which you cannot describe. You'll feel it, but you won't have the words for it. It's so precious. Visualize your God in the form of your choice, in that beam of light. For light is God, God is love. The light we talk about here is energy. Light is an energy, you know that. I don't have to explain light, do I? When you hear me say light and love, you know that light we're talking about is the energy of God, that it's God. No? You didn't know that? Was the light you talk about? So why do you talk about stuff you don't know about? Really? You know, don't ever imitate anything on your spiritual path. Ever. Because you're making a mockery of your inner self. Regular sitting like this, like today, makes you eager to expand your divine love. And then you serve your community. It's a natural feeling. You want to help. Become an example of Sai's teachings. Do good, be good, see good. That's his teachings. The hardest heart will become as soft as butter in silent sitting. The beloved Sai has said to me, tell them I will stand by their efforts. Happiness is union with God. He also has told me as his centres and groups expand, he will pour his energy into them to serve their community. You catching on to the words? To serve their community in selfless love. I'm going to give you a demonstration of what Sai did in September and what he did in May of last year, when I went 3 times last year. How's New Zealand? Nobody spoke, because we don't know how New Zealand people are. He went, not listening to me, not listening to me. There you go. It's up to you to judge. He sets rules for his organisation. It's not a religion. Get that into your heads. The religion is in you. The religion you're born into now is your religion. You practice it in your temples, in your mosques, and in your churches, and in your homes. Just what I told you this morning. Why waste time dressing up and going to church when this is the temple? You've lost the moment. Every moment is sacred. Every moment is holy. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Make Sai Baba happy. My heart bled to see an avatar do that. I wasn't in this country in my last birth because he told me. Where were you people? And who are you going to be next birth? Get on with finding this divine energy within you. Make your life a rose and let the fragrance flow out to the rest of the world. Be there ready to help, to teach people the truth by your example of living. To love all and serve all. Not the colour of our skin. Little children don't distinguish between colours if you see them playing at a play centre or a kindy. They don't notice the colour of people's skins. They notice children. They're all the same. Sai said to me, when some persons cause you worry and concern, stay in your own little place. By the way, I've got a little place, very little, and meditate on me. When you come out of your meditation, you will be holier than when you began. When pain becomes unbearable, think of me. Call me with your love. Dear one, I love you. Dear, dear loved one, how will you know me? What's the answer? Be still and know. Be still and know who you are, your true self. So, dear ones, I have shared some of the gems our beloved Sai has given me, so that you may know and love your God more and more. For his message and teachings is an eternal one of divine love. And this is the love we must give to everyone. For we are the soul, the Atma, and our nature is perfection. When we love our inner self, which is our beloved God, you must be honest and live more and more in these truths. I have some discourses here that he gave recently. Do you want to hear them, or do you want to... Any questions? Anybody want to hear any experiences? And if you could bear with me, especially the new ones, this is a message given to devotees in Christmas in 1985. Sai Baba gave this message. Now, he hasn't given a message as powerful as this since then. All these years have gone by, we're waiting for the next powerful message, which I believe is the greatest miracle in coming now after 2000, is the change in the hearts of the human family. That's what I believe is going to be the greatest miracle, because soon he said there will be the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. Won't that be lovely? Won't that be lovely? And I'll read you it, and those that are new will realize what I mean when the calling. And it starts with, your mission, that's to us, he's speaking to the thousands of people that are there. Your mission has begun. Those are my words to you, my devotees. Each of you has a unique and valuable part to play in this lifetime. Only those whom I have called can serve me. My mission has now reached the point in time when each one of you has work to do. This planet has a purpose in the great galaxy in which it is held. The purpose is now unfolding before our eyes. I call upon you to radiate the devotion within you so that its unseen power will envelop all who come into your orbit. To successfully perform your part, always remain centered on me, or the God within you, your chosen God. Allow yourself to impart that purity of heart within you towards all human beings and all living creatures. And do not reach for the fruits of your work. This part of my mission is performed in absolute silence. You are my instruments from whom my love will pour. Be always aware that the moment you let your ego descend upon you, my work ceases. When you have overcome your negative unmindfulness, you will again be my source. The multiplication of my love will be felt throughout the world. I have prepared you for this work through many incarnations. Is my friend here asking about incarnations this morning? He's gone. I have drawn you to me. Powerful words. I have made great steps in my mission over these past incarnations. My work is ceaseless, and so your work too is without end. Know that I am within you and without you. There is no difference. Rid yourself of petty matters forevermore. You are now me, and I am now thee. There is no difference. My darshan, for those that don't understand the word darshan, that means his manifestation will pour forth from me to and through you. You're looking upon a divine being is called darshan. So it's your God that we're speaking about. You may be unaware of this constant action. Be ever pure in heart and soul, and mankind in your lifetime will benefit from your unique qualities. Others too will join me in this mission when I draw them to me. The time is approaching when all humanity will live in harmony. That time will be here sooner than one expects. Before it arrives, be prepared with your spiritual discipline to reveal to every living being the true purpose of existence. It is not what anyone alive can imagine. This is just what I'm telling you, unless you experience and have the union. We can't explain the feeling to you. It's unbelievable. It is not something that one can easily aspire to. It is beyond all comprehension. I'm trying to tell you that this morning. I can say that its beauty is magnificent, beyond all dreams. This is his words. And as each of you perform your silent work, I will embrace you to my heart, and henceforth your souls shall be lifted up, and your eyes will reveal my presence within. This I say to all my devotees from the Lord's mountain top, where all the universe becomes one. Be about my work, my beloved devotees. Your breath will carry the scent of the blossoms of heaven. Your example will be that of angels. Your joy will be my joy. Sathya Sai Baba. Christmas 1985. Beautiful. So, just what we said this morning, you know that beautiful divine Atma soul spirit within you brought you all here today to experience unity, harmony. True? Yes, go like that for now. like that for yes. Indian people go like that for everything. In the end. And first we don't know whether they mean yes or no. So I want yes. True, eh? Do you do that here? Only when you go to the ashram. You don't know whether it's yes or no because they're going like that so fast, so quickly. He gave a discourse on the power of love. Would you like to hear it? Are you getting tired? It's 2:30. You want another meditation?
Yes. Thank you.
Hello? Knock, knock. Yes. You want both? This is just a short one. By the way, he told me that he's a tricky fellow too, this Sai Baba. He's really tricky. In this last interview when he was saying to Indosha, she's written this book, tell him the name, and I was repeating the names, and then he spun on me and said, write another book, and gave the name. So some of this is going into my new book. Okay? That saves my brain. This happens to be a discourse from last year. He said, the mind, us, has to shine in supreme splendour without any trace of evil. The mind has to be fixed on the supreme being within, filled with pure love. In this world, no other virtue is greater than love. Love is truth, love is righteousness, and love is wealth. I'm going to stop and tell you all these are not printed in the Sanatana Sarati, by the way. They're private discourses to some of the students. And some of the doctors go, and I have some friends there, and I always get the discourses. This world has originated from love, is sustained by love, and ultimately merges in love. He only speaks of love. Love, love, love. Every atom has its origin in love. There are innumerable powers such as atomic power, magnetic power in this world, but the power of love surpasses all. Life without faith and love is meaningless and useless. For man in this world, love is life and love is everything. Today, love finds no place in the human heart as it is full of desires. Man's vision should not be confined solely to external objects and worldly things. His vision should be to see the pure, sacred, divine consciousness abiding in his heart. Every effort should be made to direct the vision towards the indwelling self. Once you wake up from the sleep of attachment, you will understand this worldly life is but a dream, and you will understand you are pure, eternal, divine Atma, or soul. You are divine. Understand the mystery of human birth. If you do not know the purpose of your birth, you will become a burden to Mother Earth. The purpose of human birth is to experience divinity. Try to understand your true nature. At least make an effort. Do not compare yourself with others. See, the words are different, but what I'm saying, don't imitate others. You're hurting your inner self. goes on to say, imitation is the quality of a weak mind. Every living being is the embodiment of God. God dwells in you. In your effort to know yourself, if you trust in God, a higher power is waiting to help you, and your effort is made easy. Just as without cotton there can be no cloth, without silver there can be no tumbler, there can be no world without God. Do not mistake the body as real. The indwelling divinity is the true reality. A rose from a worldly view is just a flower, but the divine point of view is, it is a flower of the heart. The capacity to shape the smell, a rose, is from the divine. Your inability to perceive the omnipresent divinity is the main cause of all the pains and miseries you suffer in this world. When you are born, there are no ornaments around your neck, no pearl necklaces or diamonds or chains of gold, but there is an invisible necklace of the consequences of your past actions around your neck. All your good and bad actions, counted one by one, have been strung together by God. This is the ornament around your neck. When actions performed by you are proper and pure, you will get good results. Very soon, there will be unity among many countries. Even those countries whom you consider as your worst enemies are going to become your best friends. Hallelujah for Fiji. In a very short time, all the people of the world are going to be united. You should not hate anybody. You are all brothers and sisters. In a short time, you are all going to witness the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. With a pure heart, all of you should pray for this to happen at the earliest. There are many people in the world in great distress. Prayer is the only remedy for the alleviation of such misery. The power of prayer and love. This is what instant prayer is about. You don't have to have special clothing to pray instantly. It's in that instant, that moment of your compassion and your love. And he went on to say, there is nothing in the world that cannot be achieved by prayer. Prayer melts the hardest of hearts. Pray wholeheartedly. Do not pray for the welfare of your family, friends and relatives only. Those prayers are futile. Your prayer should be for the welfare of all people in all the countries of the world. The one principle that you have to uphold and develop is that of love. When love dominates, there is no room for hatred. Sow the seeds of love in loveless hearts. Past is past. Forget the past. Do not worry over the future, as it is uncertain. Live in the present. The present is not just ordinary present, it is omnipresent. The future is the consequence of the present. The present is the consequence of the past. The tree of the past gives the seed of the present, which grows into the tree of the future. Between the tree of the past and the tree of the future, the present is the seed, which is of utmost significance. You may not be able to see the transformation that comes within you by your good actions and prayers. You may not even be able to visualize it with your mind. Yet, this transformation in you is sure to attract God's grace. Every tick of the clock snips a length off the thread of life. Money, when not spent, remains on your account at the bank. But spent is your life, with every moment, whether wisely or unwisely. See, he refers to money and life. Life, which is precious, more precious than money. Use the present moment best to sharpen your skills, to broaden your intelligence, to expand your heart, and to master the technique of facing the challenges of life with courage and equanimity. Every human body will disappear with the passage of time. While the body lasts and lives, we must make an attempt to live a sacred life and earn the grace of God. Become fruits of sweetness offered to your God. You should become the offering itself. You should become God's instrument. You should become the beloved of your heart, God. You should take each step in keeping with God's step. You should stand by God as his companion, like his shadow. God is in need of such persons. They are the embodiment of my love, he says. They are I am they. You should become such that you will foster the world in respect of the body, mind, and spirit. You should behave in harmony with God's ideas and aspirations. It is only then that you will have given comfort and happiness to persons who come into your orbit. Powerful discourses, beautiful discourses. Serve others and you serve God, who is embodied in them. The service will destroy the demon of ego or darkness and selfishness in the giver. Crucifying the ego on the cross of compassion through love. I love that. He always brings a little bit of our beloved Jesus in. Isn't it marvellous? I'll read it again. The service will destroy the demon of ego, darkness and selfishness in the giver. Crucifying the ego on the cross of compassion through love. One becomes closer to God. Work without love is deplorable. Work with love without duty is divine. Jesus told his disciples, if you love your Father in heaven, love his children as I love them and serve them. Love all, serve all. Muhammad asked his followers, do you love your Creator? If so, love your brethren and fellow men. Otherwise, you are a liar. That's from Allah, Muhammad. And Buddha said, these are Swami's words, by the way, I'm only repeating them. And Buddha said, spread compassion, love, peace among men. That is the highest religion. Help ever, hurt never. Only those who are immersed in divine are dear to me and are dear friends. If you want to be dear friends of mine, he says, conduct yourselves in the divine manner. In such you do not need to come here. I will come to you, wherever you are. Sathya Sai Baba, March 2000. Nice one. I think I have to stop. I'm losing my voice. You won't be able to hear anything. Would you like to hear the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi? Make me an instrument of thy peace, beloved Lord. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. Beloved Lord, that I may seek to console rather than to be consoled, to understand rather than to be understood, to love rather than to be loved. For it is in giving that we receive, in self-forgetfulness, that we find our true selves, in forgiving that we are forgiven, in dying that we are raised up to life everlasting. Do you want to stand before we have this little meditation? Just for your legs, just to stretch your bodies. While you're standing, I'll read this prayer. I don't know why these prayers are not distributed to all devotees in every centre and group in New Zealand. He gave this to us in 1985, and we are to recite to ourselves, I am light, glowing light, radiating light, intensified light. God consumes my darkness, transmitting it into light. This day I am a focus of the central sun. Flowing through me is a crystal river, a living fountain of light, which cannot be qualified by the human thoughts or feelings. I am an outpost of the divine. Such darkness as has used me will be swallowed up by the mighty river of light, which I am. I am, I am, I am light, I live, I live, I live in light, I am light's purest intention, I am light's fullest dimension, I am light, 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 I am love, 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 flooding the world, whatever I may do, blessing, strengthening, and conveying the purpose of the kingdom within. None of you know that, do you? Where were you in 1985? Were you here? I don't want to be I don't mean that to be sarcastic. All your legs nice now? Sit comfortably and start your breathing. Somebody's sending me messages here today. They want to know all about me. Why? I'm just a person like you. Do you know a group of 20 or 30 people in Christchurch were singing bhajans in 1970? No? Or yes? And the man that was taking them was Terry Sands. an American who came to New Zealand to teach yoga. And he was taught by Indra Devi. Some of you would have read her books. She was a long-time devotee. Was a devotee of Sai Baba's. And she taught Terry Sands. So he was a lawyer, an American lawyer, and he came to New Zealand with 4 children. He went to Christchurch first, and then he came up to Massey College to teach law. And he opened a cafe in Palmerston North called the Starlight Cafe. It was vegetarian. The students from Massey cooked the meals, and upstairs he taught them yoga. Because he went to India in 1977, he had a photo taken with him and Swami, and he taught yoga and the light meditation. Swami sent him back to New Zealand to do the teachings, and my husband and I would go to Palmerston North on a Saturday. So now you know. But that's not when I went to India. That's when we first heard that there was a divine being on this planet. He materialized a japamala, a crystal japamala for Terry Sands. And he took a group to Swami in 1976. See, he's been in New Zealand a long time, and I'll get to that in a minute. And we called ourselves, some of you old ones might know this, the Order of Brothers and Sisters of the Inner Light. Nobody heard of that? No, because there's only about 30 of us. You wouldn't. We had no permission to call ourselves anything connected to Sai Baba because we hadn't seen him. We'd only heard of him. Now somebody in here has been very curious about that, am I right? Yes, somebody's saying yes, I heard a little yes. So, we were in an interview a few years ago, say 6, I can't remember, I've been there so often. And I had a Christchurch girl with us in the group. And Sai sometimes teases us. He'll sit in his chair and he'll say, Australia. You know, and we in New Zealand, no, in New Zealand, that's Swami. As if he didn't know, but it's his way of playing with us. And this Christchurch lady said, we're from your New Sai land. Well, you can imagine what the Lord of the Universe said. No such place. All land is God's land, long before you were born. And I believe he's just brought it out in a discourse. No land is strange to God. You see how silly we can get, how carried away we can get. When Sai talks of New Zealand, he doesn't say it like us. He says New Zealand, because it's a Dutch name. So everybody thinks he's saying New Thailand. You're embarrassing the poor avatar. For goodness sake, get it in here. Nothing's new. Nothing's new to an avatar. And your souls are all they are interested in. This is new. This pinch and a punch and a pull of hair, that's new. The physical body's new. But they're interested in the inner self, the spirit, the soul. None of us are different. None of us are strangers. As I said, Buddha said, be kind to everyone. No one is a stranger. I thought I'd tell you that to make your last laugh of the day. We're going after this, and I want you to leave quietly with all this beautiful energy. So you're sitting properly with the feet flat, and you're breathing nice and gentle and even. if somebody's on the floor, there are a couple of empty chairs if they feel comfortable in a chair. It matters not. I can see a couple of chairs here. Is there anybody sitting on the floor back there? No? You okay? Okay. This is when you're going to experience a little bit of that, like the icing on the cake, inside of you. To start with, I'm trying to think of a television program that says, "Beam me down, Scotty." Do you know what I'm speaking about? Yes. Do you see the beam come and they disappear and they go like that? That's your beam. When I'm saying, when you're repeating who you are, that's what you like. But I can't say beam me up, Scotty, because your being of energy of divine spirit is like that. It's powerful. It's energizing. Okay, so you're breathing in, nice and gently. Remember, as you're breathing in, you're repeating everything mentally. See, this is beginners. When you're advanced a little bit, you go a little bit more and more into yourself. And you're perfectly silent. As you practice this, you become perfectly silent. And you're aware of what is happening around you. But you are in that silence, in that golden ball, that round ball of energy. You know who you are, but it's a silent, you don't hear outside anything. You're in perfect silence. It could be drumming and raining, you wouldn't hear it. That perfect divine silence. So with effort, that's where you go. And I don't know, you have to get some teacher to, I don't know whether I can take you any further than that. It's up to yourselves. That's all you need. I have so many phone calls with people saying, my chakras are open. Hello? Do they know what they're saying? If your chakras are open, you have 3 days on this planet. You're ready to merge with God. And I have phone calls, oh Ma, I've merged with God. And I say, what are you doing on this planet? Because you're ready to go. You only have 3 days. And somebody's got to look after your body for flies and stuff, because you're in cosmic consciousness. Please don't talk silly rot. You're upsetting your inner self. And please, if none of you in Auckland have come across that. None of you have done that to me, but I do get these silly phone calls. Nobody from up here has been so stupid, because it's stupidity. You'll know all about it if your chakras are open. Mine are not even open. And Sai Baba tells everybody she's a saint. I'm just like you. It's how I think, what I do, how I think, what I say, that makes you a saint. That everybody is there. Everybody has it. I thought I'd tell you that. That amused you, didn't it? Please don't let me hear you say that. You will experience energy. You will experience energy in your body. But don't talk about chakras. Only a yogi can talk about chakras, because they're the only ones that experience it. But you will feel energy. So you're breathing nice and you're relaxed. I won't tell any more jokes. You're relaxed. You're at peace. You feel peaceful. So you're breathing in deeply, breathing out, saying to yourself, be still and know I am light, light, light. Saying to yourself, I am love, love, love. Nice, steady breathing. And those of you that have got your fingers, big thumb and finger together, you are one with God. The circle means no beginning and no end. You are eternal. Breathing steadily, mentally say, I am light, 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 3 times. Three times, I am God, God, God. Three times, I am love, love, love. Three times mentally, my God and I are one. With every breath, you are more relaxed. Mentally say 3 times, I now go within. You're going into your spiritual consciousness, your spiritual heart. You're taking your human mind into the consciousness. Breathing steadily, relax your body and mind. Mentally say 3 times, I am the light of love. Three times, I am love, love, love. Feel the peace, feel the love, experience the bliss of stillness. Breathing the light in, your light of love. Breathing in the breath of God. Breathing out your love of God, your energy. Merging the two together, around and around and around your body. Now bring the light of love from your heart, your spiritual heart, and put that light of love between the eyes. Some of you may experience a band of light, of energy. Some of you may be in a circle of light. Keeping the attention at this point, you may visualize your God inside that light between the eyebrows. Concentrating on that, if you're visualizing any form, keeping that attention there with that form. Now visualize your heart. inside arose, and that beaming out, rays of light, intensified light, and it's all coming from that heart inside you. Mentally say, I am love, love, love. I am peace, peace, peace. Nothing can disturb me. I am existence. I am consciousness. I am the light of love. Grief and anxiety can never affect me. Fear can never enter me. I am ever content. I am one with all creation. I am one with all beings. Soak and absorb the light of love into your consciousness and mentally say, this light within me is a milky white ocean of purity. Of love, truth and wisdom. Let the ocean of light stream forth, beam it out around you, knowing this ocean of love can never ever run dry. Now we're going to do our service for the world. Visualize the world as a round globe and beam your love out to the top of the globe, down over the countries, down over the oceans, right down like icing on a cake, beaming it out. Hold it on Fiji. Just hold it there. Visualize the islands of Fiji. Beam out that light of love. Put that circle of light right around Fiji and mentally say, beloved Lord, don't let that circle of love be disturbed by darkness. Now send your love, your goodwill out to all mankind. Know that love for all starts within you, from your heart. which is sitting in a beautiful rose, surrounded by the brilliant light of love. Visualize yourself inside this light within your heart. Visualize yourself as pure, vibrating energy, and mentally say, all my thoughts, words, and deeds today I send from my heart with love. I am love, love, love. I am peace, peace, peace. Body and soul, I am peace, peace, peace. Body and soul, I am love, love, love. Feel the love. You've sent your letter to your God within, and the postage stamp is love, love, love. Feel the energy radiating from you, surrounding you, and mentally say, I am the light and love of my soul. This beautiful light of love will always be within me, embracing me, radiating from me, as you work throughout the day. Take your mind back to the inner peace and tranquility of your silent sitting. Remember what you have experienced so that you will know the love within you, the light within you, the divine spirit within you, the God within you, more and more. Think and contemplate how your love and light can help mankind around the world today. Before you move, mentally bow your head to the light, to the love, to the God within you. Sit quietly and know that through your contemplation you can uplift humanity today, and you can transform your consciousness to reflect the love and grace of God sincerely, in unconditional, limitless, divine love. And this is my prayer for us all. Beloved Lord, let us hear what you speak, for you speak peace to your people, to the faithful, to those who turn to you in their hearts. Beloved, all heart and soul connections are spiritual. Because of a commitment to you comes a dedication to love, to listen and to understand others. Beloved, bless us that all who come into our orbit will live in goodness and harmony and benefit from our limitless, unconditional, universal love. Beloved of our hearts, lead us in your truth. You are our eternal life. I forgot to mention, unless you know who you are, you can't help other people. You can't teach other people. You must know and get into your consciousness that you are pure love, truth, and wisdom. And then you can help people, even smile at people is service. Give me a smile. Thank you for coming. I didn't get around to tell you the story of the flowers, but perhaps I'll be coming again, I don't know, and I'll carry on. There's a beautiful story about the lotus flower. So lovely. That's some. Pardon? Give it to you now. Give it to you now. You see, in India the flower, the lotus, is worshipped. And that's why, I'll just give you a little bit so that I can remember. It'll take too long. That is why wherever Lord Buddha walked, a lotus would grow. Did you know that? Wherever his feet touched, a lotus would grow. And a lotus grows in dirty, muddy water. And it comes up, its stem doesn't even touch the mud. When the water's on the lotus, a lotus can never hold water. It flows off like droplets of pearls. It's beautiful. So that's why in India, the goddesses and the gods are either sitting in a lotus, or there's lotus decorations around their temples and mandis and ashrams, because it grows through all this filth and turns out with all this beauty. Like a lesson for us to get rid of all our evil thoughts and just have perfect thoughts. One day I'll tell you about that, and there's another one about the rose. That's why they say the lotus feet of the divine. It's lovely. But thank you for coming. I love you. And God loves you. Love you. Love you. We love you, beautiful people. Sayonara. Feckle.
Doug was unable to stay and he asked you to give a few words of thanks. It's been a beautiful sharing.
Thank you, Mike.
We know that you do this because you have no option. This is your life. Our lives too. Once we've been drawn into that beautiful by Swami, there is no other way but to live the life. And I'd love to be able to give you something for coming here, but there's no need because it is all love and share.
Of course.
Let me just share with those here how Swami once shows his love. We were sitting in one of the concrete block rooms of Prashanti, and I was sitting on the bed, and we've been practicing a song, a bhajan. And if you've ever practiced with Ma, you know that you've got to get it absolutely right. She was sitting there, and we just finished. We thought we'd got it right, and all of a sudden there was a pop, and a toffee came out of the ceiling and landed in Ma's lap. She said, "Who threw that?" We said, "Who threw what?" We hadn't seen it. And she picked up toffee. That was Swami saying, "Nice one."
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Love you, Mike. I mean, it is true, I'd forgotten about those. So many little incidents happen, I can't keep a record. I can't keep a record. And another interview we were having, and I had this beautiful girl from Wellington, Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt, in my group. And she wasn't a bit keen about Sai Baba. You know, she was only 18 and she never had time for all this nonsense, she told me. And Mum and Dad were there, they were both doctors, Mum and Dad. And Nalini was sitting next to me and we were singing one of the songs I make up, I can't forget exactly. And there was Sai Baba, you know, we're on the bottom floor, looking at us through the window like this, just the head and shoulders. And I went, "Nalini, look at Swami." Spirit form, by the way. We were in the ashram, but he didn't come in his body form. It was spirit form, see? And I said, "Nalini, look at the window, look at the window." And she just saw a beam of light. She saw a light. Well, of course, you know Swami works in mysterious ways. He called us for an interview the next morning. My word, that girl changed like that. So beautiful. So beautiful. She couldn't keep away. "I'm coming back, Ma. Da-da-da-da. He's my God," she said. "He's my God." He's the girl that didn't want to come to darshan. He just acts in mysterious ways. I remember that. I remember that now. How many doctors were there with you?
Two.
Well, one of them, obviously being scientific, needed to see a little bit of a miracle, perhaps.
Ma actually offered to hand it round so we could all
Have a little bit of it. Yeah, that's true. I've forgotten about that tonight. Oh, hello, Phil. Ah.
I just want to thank you on behalf of the Prema Trust, which runs this college and owns this building. I'd just like to thank you all for coming. It's just such a wonderful gathering to see you all here, and you're welcome back any time.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
And I love you all.
Thank you, Phil. We love you too. Love you too. Promise me you're all happy.
We're happy.
You're feeling all nice and glowy and wiggly little pins and needles up here and round here. That's the energy. That's God's love. And we'll thank the video man. This is great. Did it come across all right? Do you make videos to sell?
Yes.
People, he makes videos to sell. Somebody was asking about these words, you see, I've only got, these are going into a book. So if you see him, he might, he was asking about the words. Do you know how I get the words? Would you like to know? Well, when Swami says, how's my program? He calls this his program. How's my program? Haven't done much, I don't say it, but he knows, and I just say I haven't done much, you know. Because I got lazy. Very lazy. And he said, I'm giving you the strength and the words to say, and big mouth here said, I want to rest. No resting time for you. So here I am. So if you need the words of what's said today, perhaps our video man can help you. Here, what's your name, dear? Who? Shalini, come and give me a cuddle. Oh, lovely. By the way, the children have been absolutely magnificent. You must bring children. Oh, and he's been... Lovely children. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, it's a pleasure. I need the energy too to make me better. I do. I need your love. And I feel it. I really do. I really do. It's beautiful.